Let's play two. A doubleheader here scheduled in Cincinnati. The Pirates and the Reds eventually set to get started here from Great American Ballpark. And the tarp just now being pulled out of the field. They're expecting some showers to move through, but the Reds are optimistic that we are going to get both games in here today. And welcome into the booth. Joe Block and John Wayner with you here this afternoon. Yeah, the tarp's behind us here, but it shouldn't take very long to get started for baseball here today. And the Reds and the Pirates played a doubleheader here. And last night, the Pirates getting things started with some offense and a really good bat again from the hottest hitter in September, maybe in all of baseball, Jung Ho Kang.
He has been so locked in lately. Teams don't want to pitch to him. He's getting pitched around. They don't want to throw him fastballs. Blake Wood, the high 90s right-hander out of the bullpen, doesn't want to throw Kang a fastball, but he hangs him a slider, and Jung Ho Kang hits another bomb, making his fans very happy. The Bucks coming back. They were down 6-4 at the time. He ties it. They win it in extra innings. Jung Ho Kang has been extremely hot, and it's fun to watch. On
our Barrel Automotive League leaders, since Kang has come back, the Pirates, not only Kang, but everybody in the lineup starting to be among the league leaders in the National League, leading in all of on-base percentage throughout the National League since he came back on September 5th. And here tonight, or here today, I should say, in the opener, not only has Kang, offensively speaking, done well, but we've seen some good starting pitching efforts. We saw Cool the other night. Here today, Jameson Tyion trying to get another start for him today after getting some rest as well.
Yeah, and I think it helps, especially guys that have been injured like Tyion, missing most of the last couple of years, to get a little more rest here late in the year. But certainly helpful to get that offense going, like you just saw the numbers when Kang's back. McCutchen's been swinging at batter. Boy, we've missed those two in the lineup most of this year.
Yeah, and so for the Pirates, two are scheduled today. We'll begin in a rain delay here today. But first, Jameson Tyion started in Game 1, and the rookie so good this year. He's had a little extra rest. We'll see how he fares against the Reds here this afternoon in Game 1 of a doubleheader. It's coming up in just a bit here on Root Sports.
on Root Sports is brought to you by Allegheny Health Network. Health for all. By Bordas & Bordas, official legal partners of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Visit bordaslaw.com. And by Day Automotive. We're going to make your day. Let's go Bucks!
Rain, rain, go away. And it has, and we will play some baseball. How about two? A doubleheader here today in Cincinnati. Pirates and Reds and number 22. Signing some autographs before the game, and everybody hanging out after just a brief shower. Thank goodness it wasn't much more than that. Billy Hamilton on the DL, but Joey Votto in the lineup today for Cincinnati.
Yeah, I think lucky that bark was bigger than the bite. That storm looked like it was coming through, and it might last a couple of hours, but actually it never stormed at all. Just a light drizzle. Probably could have played through it, but that ends up being like a normal start time, 1:10, 1:15 as opposed to 12.
Hey, we got him on TV. Hugs. And why not after the Pirates have won back-to-back games and scoring some runs too.
Yeah, it's been fun.
Let's look at our Rivers Casino tips to win for today.
Well, let's set the table. Matt Joyce in the leadoff spot, and we know he draws his share of walks, as does Josh Bell. So two guys that get on base. They'll set the table for the three guys that have been hot lately, hitting the ball at the ballpark. McCutchen, Polanco, Jung-Ho Kang, the 3, 4, 5 hitters. And get 6+ from Jameson Tyion. He's been so impressive and consistent since his call up. He got a little extra rest. And so we're looking for a nice, strong outing from Jameson.
And we saw with Chad Kuhl, they even though he could have kept going probably in that start, they kept him at 6 innings. So yeah, maybe if Tyion has a similarly efficient outing, they'll give him 6 today. And even though it is September, Clint Hurdle saying before the game today that the bullpen is a little thinner than he'd probably like. So you definitely want a good couple of starts here from Tyion in game 1, and then Trevor Williams will make his first major league start in the nightcap.
Yeah, the guys that Clint Hurdle likes to go to with the lead late especially have been getting some work, in particular Bastardo and Nicasio.
Yeah, look at the RAV4 lineup for the Pirates today. Joyce in his second start in the leadoff role with Bell and McCutchen. Polanco cleaning up. Jung-Ho Kang has been cleaning up against all pitching here lately. Cervelli, Rodriguez, Alan Hansen in his first major league start, and then Jameson Tyion. And Clint Hurdle trying to see if the Pirates can add. They've won back-to-back games, maybe make it 3 wins, maybe 4 wins in a row at the end of today. And Anthony DeSclafani, the starter for the Reds this afternoon.
Yeah, he'll try to make it tough on the Pirates to win another one here. 8-3, a 2.93 ERA. Opponents hit 257 against him. 14 homers allowed in 107 1/3 innings. Fastball, slider, curveball for the most part. He'll throw an occasional change. Averages about 93 miles per hour with the fastball.
And a look at the Reds defensive setup for today with Eugenio Suarez at third base. Joining him in that infield, Peraza, Phillips, and Votto. Duvall, Schebler in center. Hernan Iribarren, just his third major league start out in right field. He's 32 years old. Tucker Barnhart doing the catching and having a nice year behind the plate. Matt Joyce for the second time this year, the leadoff assignment. And if you really value on base percentage like the Pirates have said that they have this year, he's getting on at a .410 clip, so why not? So we ended up having a 1 hour and 2-minute rain delay. Joyce has not had a whole lot of hits lately, just hitting 143 in his last 35 games, but that doesn't tell the whole story because he's been drawing walks like crazy.
So patient. It is so impressive. You rarely see him chase. And so not a speedy guy that you'd expect at the top of the lineup, but certainly a guy that can reach base.
Into that gray sky. Duvall runs out of room. Yeah, so even in the midst of a kind of a down spell, I mean, the batting average is sunken, but he's still getting on base about roughly the same clip as he was earlier on this year.
Yeah, and we talked about this the other day where Matt Joyce was so hot, and it seemed like every time he got to the plate, he'd get a big hit it out of the ballpark, drive in a run. And when you're locked in like that, not getting regular playing time, it's so hard to stay at that level, to stay consistent because of the inactivity. And it's, I think, doubly more difficult. If that makes any sense. It doesn't sound very good.
Oh, it sounded like it
didn't exactly
makes sense.
Roll off the tongue. Doubly more difficult. I think it's extremely more difficult as a pinch hitter, a role player that doesn't play regular, doesn't get consistent at bats, to get out of a slump, to be able to feel comfortable again at the plate, because you just don't get that many reps.
And he'll draw another walk.
And hats off to Joyce, because when you're maybe not getting the results as far as when you put the ball in play, not getting the hits or the home runs that he was, to still have that patience, that's difficult. But he looks for a pitch in an area. He knows the strike zone very well, and he rarely ventures outside of it.
If he had enough plate appearances to qualify, he'd be 5th in all of baseball in on-base percentage. And takes 7 pitches and draws a walk to start things.
Somebody at lunch said that they saw the lineup, and somebody down there predicted that Joyce will probably draw a 3-2 walk leading off the game.
Maybe as good as Andrew McCutchen at predicting baseball performance, or at least his own. As the other day telling AJ Burnett he'd hit a couple of home runs before the game. Sure enough, he did. Joyce aboard with that .410 on base percentage. That just went up. Bell hitting at .295. And that was a walk against a guy who doesn't walk a whole lot of guys in DeSclafani. Pretty stingy in that department. Both starters today don't issue a lot of walks. But now 3-ball counts on both hitters as Bell ahead 3-1.
Yep. 2 very patient hitters.
And pitchers as well, with Tyion his opposition today. 92, swung through it. And he's going to have himself a base hit, maybe more. Joyce will get into third, and it'll be a double for Josh Bell. Votto backing up the play, and the Pirates in business right off the bat.
Yep, and Josh Bell continues to hit the ball the other way. Continues the patience, gets a 3-2 count, actually chases that pitch. That pitch looked to be running away and off of the plate, but Bell able to get on top of it, keep it inside the line. Duvall over, tries to make a play, but that ball wasn't hit hard enough, and Bell easily ahead of the throw.
Second and third, nobody out for Andrew McCutchen. Strike one. Andrew now leading the ball club. He's got 23 home runs. Has knocked in 67. Base hit, fly ball gives the Pirates an early lead. They got out to a 3-run start in the first inning yesterday. McCutchen cracked the scoreboard first with a double, bringing in Bell. Now it'll take a moment. Already 15 pitches here in the first. Bell doubled. He's at second. 7 doubles now. In just 79 at bats. Go along with those 2 home runs. Good stop by Barnhart.
Trying to get Andrew to chase. And you'll see how this ball bounces in the other direction. It's breaking down the way, then it kicks to the catcher's left, to our right. And they anticipate that. Figure the spins on the breaking ball spinning and taking the ball to the catcher's right, but once it hits the dirt, it reverses itself and goes the other way.
Tried away and missed. 2-2.
Infield actually playing pretty straight up with McCutchen. Phillips on the right side, and could be because of the situation. Second and third. The fundamental thing to do here would be to hit a ground ball to the right side at least and get one in, get one over. That'll work.
How about driving into the right center field gap? Joyce is in. Bell will come in to score. 2-run single, Andrew McCutchen. Pirates start off 2-0.
Talk about this a lot when you get into these situations where you have a runner on second with nobody out and you're thinking about moving the guy over to third, and that's the mindset. You hit it to the right side, you get on top of it, you're going to move him over and give, at least, the very least, give your teammate behind you a chance for an easy RBI, but it doesn't mean you're going to make it out when you hit the ball the right side. You're just as capable and just as likely to get a base hit hitting the ball to the right side as if you're going to pull it. And so Andrew McCutchen, looking to go that way, comes up with a big hit and 2 RBIs.
Numbers 68 and 69 for McCutchen. Now 7 RBIs in his last 4 games, driven in at least 1 in each. And Polanco had a 2-run home run in the first inning yesterday. 22 long balls, leading the team with 85 runs driven in. Pirates score first in the first. Third straight game the Pirates have brought in a run in the first inning. And now they've scored 26 runs in the last 3 games. Think about that. One and 2 on Polanco. Brian Price, final year of his contract, and got ejected from the ball game yesterday. He's had a rough go of it. Sam Holbrook working the plate today. Chad Whitson is over at first. That's Jerry Davis, the crew chief, over at third. Scott Berry is the umpire at second base today. And strike 3 call. So DeSclafani gets his first out 22 pitches into the first inning. Where is it on the WB Mason strike zone?
2-seamer down the middle of the plate, but down below the knees. Polanco, a tall man. See why he wasn't happy.
Jung Ho Kang, the hottest hitter in the National League. Reigning player of the week. Might be the player of the month the way that he's going. Getting 457 in September. With good power as well. He's had 10 starts. And 14 RBIs. 5 homers.
Pretty impressive.
And he's ahead in the count, 2-0. Two nothing Pirates here in the first. And 3 balls and no strikes.
And I say give him the green light. As hot as he's been.
More balls than strikes here in the first inning for DeSclafani. And a 4-pitch walk. 2 walks in the inning for one of the better guys at not allowing walks throughout this season.
It's been a while since anybody's retired Jung Ho Gung.
Been on base, what is it, 8 in a row now?
8 straight times.
8 straight plate appearances for Gung. Mac Jenkins, new pitching coach. He was the bullpen coach. Got moved up. Brian Price was once the pitching coach of the Reds. Now the manager, already falling himself behind here early. Reds battled back to take a lead yesterday after the Pirates had an early lead, but Pirates return serve. And this ballpark, not quite Coors Field, but boy, you like to make sure you don't leave too many guys aboard. Cash in on your chances when you have them.
Yeah, I think, you know, we talked about this starting in Philly. I mean, the hitters, believe me, the pitchers know too, but when they look at this road trip and you think Philly, Cincy, Milwaukee, hitters love it. I'm not sure about the pitchers.
Home run havens. Here's Cervelli, yet to hit one this year himself, however. But getting on base at a rate better than any other catcher in baseball. Two on, 1 out. This will be the 28th pitch of the inning from DeSclafani. And that gets through. McCutchen being waved home. Schebler's throw way offline, and the Pirates have another 3-0.
Keep the line moving. Another good approach at the plate, just staying inside it, working the ball up the middle.
And hit hard enough to get through so that it's not a double play ball. He's been hitting the ball lately last couple nights. Very hard.
Well, look at that location. He went to get it down and away, left it inner half of the plate.
McCutchen scores from second. RBI 32 for Cervelli. Now Sean Rodriguez. Picked up a single in the 10th yesterday to extend that hitting streak to 5 games now. Two on, still only 1 out. Rodriguez hitting .323 with runners in scoring position.
And you'd think would get a decent pitch to hit here. Heading to count 2-0.
And already a 30 pitch first inning for DeSclafani in the first end of a doubleheader. 3-0. Jamison Tyon's going to have a lead before he throws a pitch.
He can use a pitcher's mound, get loose again.
Another walk, 3 in the inning for DeSclafani. And the Pirates have loaded the bases.
Now you're talking about a guy that's walked 22 and 107 in the third innings coming in all year long. He's walked 22, just over 1 per start, and 3 in the first inning.
Very uncharacteristic. Alan Hansen, after 2 out of 7 first pitch strikes. Alan Hansen in his first major league start, looking for his first major league RBI. Bases full of buccos with 1 out. Off of Phillips, and Hansen with that good speed beats it out. Pirates lead 4-0.
Well, you don't see that very often from Brandon Phillips. A ball hit right at him. His pitcher desperately needed a double play ball to get him out of this and get back into the dugout. But he's been standing around for a long time as well, and that ball comes up on him a bit. Hansen with enough speed to beat the throw from Phillips. Still just 1 out.
We didn't hear the announcement, but it should be the first RBI in the career of Alan Hansen. It's an error on Phillips. And now they credit him with his first career RBI. Well, Tyion gets to bat before he throws a pitch. 35 pitch first inning for DeSclafani. Base is still full with 1 out. And out of the baseline for Hansen, so he's out, and that's a double play. Pirates bat around in the first inning, and a 4-0 lead. Pirates have a 4-0 lead. Andrew McCutchen with a 2-run single to start the scoring. And now for Cincinnati, they get their turn. The Honda lineup for the Reds, managed by Brian Price, Jose Peraza, then Hernan Iribarren ahead of Joey Votto, who has hit well all second half of this season. Adam Duvall cleans up with Phillips batting 5th. Schebler in center today with Suarez, Barnhart, and DeSclafani rounding out the Reds order.
Hyundai numbers for Jameson Tyion. A good rookie year, 3-4, 3.27 ERA. He's making his 16th start. 88 innings pitched, 72 punch outs. Opponents hitting .252. And a long wait for Jameson. So he had to wait in that dugout almost 25 minutes before getting a chance to take the mound. But never a bad thing when you hit before you pitch.
Now Tyon's had to be waiting for the last 10 days to pitch too. They give him a little extra rest. Waited an hour for a rain delay. Waited an extra maybe half an hour or whatever while the Pirates batted. Well worth the wait to have a 4-0 advantage.
And you always have to wonder if there will be, if it takes a little longer to get loose, how's his command going to be? And like we've seen all year, Jameson Tyion throwing strikes, working ahead.
Especially when you have a lead early, he can do that. You know his quote to me that asking him in that first couple of days that he got called up, I said, what are you hoping to do here? He said, fill up the strike zone and be confident.
Yeah. Ray Searage, I'm sure did a little work with Tyion in between.
Yeah, the big thing that the Pirates did with him is make him use that two-seam fastball down in Indianapolis before he got called up. Boy, that's been a really good addition to his repertoire, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think just about everybody should have a two-seam fastball. No reason not to have a pitch with more movement.
Reds get their speedy leadoff man aboard in Peraza. Look at some of our Point Park tweets, and they're getting rewarded to stay up in the Philippines. Thanks for tuning us in all across the world this afternoon. Pirates with that 4-run in the first inning, and Alan Hansen with his first career RBI.
Could have been a 5-run lead. Hansen kind of ran into the double play to end that first inning. You've been coached since you were a young player to not run into the tag. If he puts on the brakes, makes Phillips throw the ball to first base, Hansen's in a rundown. Out or safe, the run would have scored before Hansen, if he were to be tagged.
Yeah, make them make a decision, right?
Yep.
Barrage is running. Bunt is a ball. Took it back. And Rodriguez doesn't hold out of the throw, but it probably would have been late anyway. Barrage with his 16th steal. And did he get chewed up on that?
Big jump.
I wonder if he got stepped on or kicked a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure.
Iribarren fouls it away. So 16 steals now for Peraza. Not quite Billy Hamilton, but a guy that certainly can run. Top of the order with Hamilton on the shelf. That'll move the runner over. Productive out for Iribarren in his third major league start here at age 32.
You like to see that early in the ball game. Just hit the ball the right side. Teammates appreciate it. Coaching staff, manager appreciates it. And Joey Votto definitely appreciates it.
Give him an RBI chance. All he's done since the end of May is raise his average 100 points. Hitting .417 since the All-Star break. So 2 months ago.
Yeah, we were reading through the numbers. Incredible. It just doesn't matter where they throw it, whether it's righty or lefty. He's been hitting it much better than everybody else.
Yeah, if he finishes about where he's been, there's been about a half dozen guys who've ever had as high of a batting average as he has since the All-Star break in the last about century of baseball or so.
Just with his slow first half, just when you thought maybe he was slowing down.
Well, he just had a rough couple of months back to back, which you almost never see him do, especially when he's healthy. En route to what is likely going to be a Hall of Fame career. Still got a long ways to go, only 33. And 2-2 here. Votto started off pretty slowly. He was hitting .213 total by the end of May. And now Votto being Votto again. Look at that, 26 RBIs and hit almost 400 in August.
Good stuff.
3-2 on him.
And Cervelli keeping an eye on Peraza. Not that he can go anywhere, but Jung Ho Kang playing way off the bag at third base. So Peraza can get about at least a third of the way off the bag.
Three, 2 to Votto, and he walked him. 101st time he's drawn a walk. You don't have Bruce and Frazier in this lineup anymore. Mesoraco's been hurt all year. Not to say that Adam Duvall hasn't filled in well. He's been an all-star this year, but there used to be a time where this Reds lineup, you got 5-6 guys that can crush it all in a row. But Duvall with 30 home runs, it's kind of filled in. Coming over in a trade for Mike Leake last year. First full major league season.
Yeah, pretty impressive. 240, 30 homers, 89 RBIs, but has been very quiet against the Pirates. The Pirates have done a very impressive job against Duvall.
Now even.
Look at that, 1 RBI, a 151 average for a guy that has 30 homers and 89 RBIs. He's only driven in 1 against the Pirates in his first 14 games.
Now he's got a chance here with 2 men on. There's 1 out, and that's all they'll get. He hit it hard, but right at Gung.
A little bit of bad luck, but the Pirates will take it. Tyion will take it. Duvall's trying to figure out what he needs to do against the Pirates, as he has been shut down.
Adam played well. A couple of steps toward the line. Duvall, mostly a pull hitter. Hadn't played that way. At third base especially, right? A couple of steps either way can really make the difference.
Yep. When the ball hit that hard.
Brandon Phillips had been swinging a hot bat. Average up to 290 now. Hitting .373 in his last 35 games, so 5-6 weeks or so. 2 on, 2 out. Tyion trying to get out of it. Get the force there. Nice job getting around that leadoff single and stolen base. Through an inning from Cincinnati in Game 1. 4-0 Pirates. Tyion getting out of that first inning situation. Always taking some tutelage. Pitching coach Ray Searage. And look at our Allegheny Health Network injury update. Adam Frazier was unavailable in the game yesterday after fouling off a ball off his left foot in Philadelphia, and came in today with a walking boot on, but that was just for a precautionary reason. So if we don't see him in a situation today, maybe a pinch running or a defensive switch or in the lineup in game 2, we'll know why. Matt Joyce, the leadoff hitter. Again, Pirates batted around in that first inning. And already the second time around in the order, DeSclafani's got to pull out some new stuff.
Going to the breaking ball here. First 2 pitches. Looking to finish him off with the fastball.
3-1. The out is recorded. DeSclafani threw 34 pitches before Tyion came up in the first inning. He had only had 1 out in the first and in danger of having to come out of the game. Got the pitcher to ground into 2 and see if he settles down after that. Josh Bell ripped, I shouldn't say ripped a double. He grounded a double his first time up. Right up the third base line.
In the box score, it'll look like he ripped a double.
Quick enough to get through, slow enough to have Duvall, the left fielder, take a while to have to get to it. So it was a very effective double. Now 1-2. Bell down on strikes on a foul tip. 2 up and 2 down here in the Pirates' second inning. And you can bring your family to PNC Park for the last Kids Day of the season, Sunday, September 25th. The Pirates hosting the Nationals at 1:35. All kids 14 and younger receiving a drawstring bag courtesy of Dick's Sporting Goods. So get your tickets at pirates.com. Last homestand for the Pirates. Last chance to see baseball in Pittsburgh. Unless we see these Pirates roll off, which would be one of the most talked about comebacks.
Denver, Colorado like. Clint Hurdle and his club was able to do. What was that? What year? 07?
2007. They went all the way to the World Series.
They couldn't lose down the stretch. Yeah, Pirates would have to pretty much run the table and get some help.
Now that team, I believe they were 4 games over 500 about September 15th or 16th. We're at the 17th today, and we're in 4th place at that time. They won 14 of 15 to close out the regular season, including winning that 1-game playoff against the Padres. 1, 2, 3 innings, so a much different sort of thing for DeSclafani here in the second. Pirates still on top, 4-0. And Jonathan Lucroy with a 2-run walk-off single for Texas. They beat the A's yesterday. The Rangers close to clinching in the American League West. The Orioles coming back to beat Tampa Bay. Final play at the plate, and Jimmy Paredes a walk-off single in the 13th. The Phillies beat the Marlins 4-3. So this one was not the longest affair in baseball last night. Pirates prevailed in 10. Scott Schebler playing in center field today. Tyion worked out of a little trouble. 2 men on with 1 out in the first. Delta donut to Cincinnati. Right to Bell. Rings in the first out.
You hear more sounds of the game, I think, when you get the crowd like this. Harder to play in front of a crowd like this than if it's a full house. You hear everything. Just doesn't have the feel of an important game, and you can hear fans conversing. And here's Cervelli screaming to Tyion, "Get over, get over."
That's kind of fun for our perspective, but I would imagine as a player it's different. This one not a normally scheduled game, a doubleheader. Originally going to play solely a night game tonight. Well, there's a lot going on in and around the area here in Cincinnati. It's a big weekend. Not only here, but also they have an Oktoberfest, which we're told is one of the finest celebrations. It's also Chicken Head Night.
I thought that was part of it.
I don't know. It might be.
Oktoberfest, you wear chicken hats?
Yeah.
And I'm sure you got your P. Diddy tickets.
Oh, is he here? Oh, yeah.
What do you mean, is he here?
I didn't know.
Come on, right there next door tonight.
I had no idea. Is Mace going to be there too?
Yes. Yeah. Little Kim.
Little Kim's going to be really.
Yeah. P. Diddy and the I think the Bad Boys they're called. I don't know what they're called, something like that. But the whole
I didn't even know. We got 2 games here. I wasn't even thinking of. Might slide over there after.
Of course.
See. Yeah. Our entertainment director, John Wayner.
I cannot believe you didn't know about that. I mean, that's.
You got an arena right over there where they have some hockey plays over there. I think they used to have arena football at one point. Not sure.
I'm assuming his name is still P. Diddy. Doesn't he go through a bunch of names?
Yeah, it was like a Snoop Lion. The Snoop Dogg, Snoop Lion. They changed their names a lot. It's all right. Try to keep everybody relevant.
Man there. Oh.
And 8 up Rodriguez. Barnhart aboard with 2 outs.
Is his real name Sean Combs?
Sean Combs, Puffy Combs. That's where he got Puffy out of that.
Yeah, a little tough hop. There's some spin as well, and
one of those, it's hard to tell. That's a tough error they give to Sean right there, because it's like off the bat, it's hard to tell. I mean, although you can hear, I was just talking about it, you can hear better. You could tell it wasn't hit really well. It was off the end of the bat, but you still don't know if you should go get it or stay back.
DeSclafani all the way to the gap. Willie Hatcher's going to wave home Barnhart. Relay throw, and he is out. Good relay by the Pirates. And the double by DeSclafani ends up the final out for the Reds. After a very nice play to end that second inning, Billy Hatcher waving home Tucker Barnhart.
Yeah, and going off the crack of the bat was Barnhart with 2 outs. And a lot of times you go opposite gap, you're going to score from first, but not the slow-footed catcher. And you see him chugging along. The effort's there. The speed's not. The Hatcher being aggressive. Too aggressive. Tyon's happy about that. And that's the one thing, I guess, when you talk about a small little ballpark, the gaps aren't too deep to where you can get to the ball quickly, as Andrew McCutchen did. You don't have to go as far. And all his job is to get the ball to his cutoff man, and he did that. Hansen with a strong, accurate throw. Another assist for the Pirates outfield.
Now leading the National League now with 35 outfield assists. McCutchen picked up his 6th. Gregory Polanco struck out on a ball just beneath the zone, looking back in the first inning. And a good relay by Alan Hansen. And his first major league start today. Starling Marte doing his best Princess Leia impression. I thought it was Oktoberfest, but maybe it's Star Wars night here too. He might play today. Talked to him this morning. Just the rest has helped him feel better. He's had those back spasms kind of in the lower right area of the back that just every now and then is flared up pretty good on him. So now a little bit less than that. He hasn't played since the 5th.
It's a better look than some of the haircuts I've seen around the clubhouse.
One of them's at the plate, right? We've seen well, the bullpen earlier this year, they all shaved their heads. Oh, we just missed it. Rats. But yeah, the bullpen earlier this year shaved their heads. And look, I'm not anybody to talk, but not everybody looks good with their head shorn. Blanco down on strikes. I was hoping that he'd hit a home run so he'd doff his cap for us. Yeah, some of the guys have gone with kind of these mohawks and dyed their hair. There it is. I actually kind of think it looks cool, but it's different. You can definitely pick him out in a crowd. Who's that guy over there? Third strikeout for DeSclafani. And Stallings like me, you don't have any choice.
Come on, you have a choice.
Well, I could do the comb over thing.
Exactly.
But, you know. Last 8 plate appearances for Jung Ho Kang. On base, on base, on base, on base. You get the picture. Home run in there last night, tied it up. He has had a great stretch of ball, and I think the most remarkable thing has been that he's getting to play every day, and we did not see that all year. Still recovering from that horrific leg injury last year. Well, now after going on the shelf with that shoulder concern, missed a few weeks, has come back, and now he can play every day for the first time all year. Very promising.
Oh, looky there.
He just keeps getting on base. That'll be the second miscue for Mr. Phillips.
And so today, Mr. Phillips has made, I was surprised when I looked this up, his 12th and 13th error at second base.
Wow. Yeah, he's usually, what are you, 5'6", maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I think double digits at second base is typically high.
Yeah, last time he'd been in double digits was 10 years ago in errors. Phillips now 35. Another chance. Then he makes a play like that. I shall atone.
Yep, that's a heck of a play. The quick feet, the timing. Boy, yeah, that's the angle he took, even the deeper angle to give himself a little more room. You'll see him break towards the outfield grass. Yeah, that's pretty good stuff. He's been taking hits away for many, many years, and Cervelli not happy about it, not one bit.
Out toward the gap and deep. And there it goes, a home run for Sean Rodriguez. '15th home run. Pirates up a half dozen.
Well, have a year, Sean Rodriguez. Have a road trip. Hit the big opposite field home run to turn the score around and come back win for the Pirates in Philly. A line drive to left the other night, and now a line drive to right center. All over the park.
Rodriguez 249 at bats. So I mean, that's a half a season's worth. He's got 15 homers.
Man, oh man. I mean, and that's just strength. I mean, he's just a strong guy, and the ball jumps off his bat like a big man.
Career high in homers and RBIs.
Doesn't matter if it goes 10 rows deep, 20 rows deep, or just a couple of rows deep. They all count the same.
And a base hit for Alan Hansen. He's got good wheels, and he's aboard against DeSclafani, who's having one of the rougher nights he'll ever have.
Be an early afternoon. Price has to be thinking about going to that bullpen, which you don't want to do this early in the ball game.
Already given up a season high for DeSclafani. 6 runs. Tyion bounced into an inning-ending double play in the first. Pirates put 4 up in that frame. 2 more here on the Rodriguez home run. Routine play for Phillips. Pirates have 2 more. Sean Rodriguez with home run number 15. Twin Bill. Pirates bats have really been going as of late, and Sean Rodriguez no stranger to that. Some Point Park tweets. Yeah, a really impressive season for Sean Rodriguez. 15 home runs now. He's had about what, a half season's worth of at bats.
Yeah, pretty much.
When he gets hot, he's as hot as anybody.
Yeah, and I mean, again, we talked about this with Matt Joyce, and a lot of times you'll find that with like role players where there's ebb and flow, up and down, and struggles and hot streaks. But I think Sean's been pretty consistent compared to last year. There were, I think, more peaks and valleys. And one thing that's always consistent, though, with Sean Rodriguez is his defense. No matter where you put him. I know he was charged with an error last inning on a tough play. But boy, he brings it each and every day.
And the offense overall, you know, you look at what they've done here the last few days. They've scored 27 runs in their last 16 innings.
That's a lot.
And maybe it's some correction because the Pirates really since the beginning of June have been one of the bottom, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams in runs scored in baseball. That's starting to go back up. You just look at this lineup, especially with all the interchangeable parts, as Peraza's got his second hit. And you'd think that they would be at least more closer to the middle of the pack, and that's where they are overall for the season because they hit so well in April and May.
And it's still, for me, hard to believe that the offense had struggled. That's the one area that I didn't think the team would struggle this year, just because there are so many weapons. There's power, there's speed, there's
just about everybody gets on
role
base.
Players, yeah. There was on base percentage, and
Bell got caught behind the runner, and the ball went past both of them. That'll be an error on Tyion, but not sure what happened there.
Yeah, I can't reach through the runner, and I think that's what kind of happened. I think that Josh Bell thought that the runner Peraza was in the way and couldn't reach through him, and ended up behind him.
Well, we've seen both teams make a pair of errors already here. Tuno on Iribarren, making his third major league start. He's 32 years old. Did not see major league action in the decade of the 2010s. After a couple of cups of coffee with the Brewers a long time ago earlier in his career, but he has hung around for another opportunity, and he's got one here in September, and has hit pretty well in limited action.
I'm sure Cervelli went out there to tell Jameson that, with the 6-run lead, just keep pounding that zone, make them earn their way on. And that stinks. Unless, oh, he got him.
Didn't get the tag down. And the Reds catch a break.
Yeah, I mean, you knew you had no shot at first base, Sean Rodriguez, who had to cover a lot of ground, and Peraza almost runs into an out. If he goes to third, Sean Rodriguez's only play would have been to throw it to Jung Ho Kang. He kind of looked over his shoulder and he saw where Peraza was. He was kind of in no man's land. That ball comes up on Alan Hansen, handcuffs him. Couldn't get the tag down. Well, that would have been a nice break.
Now 2 on for Votto. An infield hit for Iribarren. Six nothing here in the third. Let's watch Tyion here. Now, we've seen a lot of times in a situation like this, you know, early in an inning, things aren't going right behind him, that he's been able to limit or quell the damage altogether. Remember, he's still a rookie, but he's been very impressive in times like this. You know, we almost forget that he pitched almost half this season in the minor leagues. Calm and steady.
And you figure since a young age, Tyion has pitched in some big games and played some international baseball. That has to help. You know, played in the World Baseball Classic.
Now 3-1. Falling behind on Votto, who walked back in the first. An easy 95 from Tyion.
I mean, it does look easy. It's all so effortless. Such smooth mechanics.
Well, those men have to be impressed. Let's see if he can get out of another pickle here. Deep to center. And McCutchen will have room right on the edges of the track. Runners move up, but they get the first out. Deep enough for the trailing runner, Iribarren, to get into second.
Yeah, he had a perfect view of the throw coming in from center field in terms of whether it's going to be online or offline. You know, it's a situation where you don't want to take that risk down 6 runs unless you know you can make it. But as he was coming in, he could tell that the throw was not going to be anywhere near the bag. So he continued on. If he sees a good throw, an accurate throw, put on the brakes and go back.
Adam Duvall. Down a strike. Batted with a couple of men aboard in the first inning. Stung it, but hit it right at Gung at third. The curveballs to start him off with.
Just off that inside edge.
Down the line and deep and gone. 3-run home run for Adam Duvall. '31 home runs for the Reds All-Star. And that third curveball he figured out and straightened out.
And 3 straight. The first 2 were in. This one actually down, but again, inner part of the plate.
Kind of like a left-handed batter's swing, huh? Pitch down and in, just go up and launch it. I don't know.
That's you know, it's breaking balls. When you leave breaking balls in on the inner part of the plate, much easier to hit than breaking balls down and away. Typically, you try to throw the breaking ball down and away, get the hitter out in front. Breaking balls, whether they're up and in or down and in, much easier to hit than breaking balls away.
And we were talking earlier about Tyion very seldom has, you know, had a tough situation and not gotten out of it with limited damage. But right there, Duvall making a pay, and Surge Some words for him. Hey, man. You got a 6-run lead. It's now been cut in half. Don't let them crawl right back into this one. They have snuck back into the outskirts of town now. And like we said, I mean, in this ballpark, boy, you just don't feel very easy.
No.
Even last night, I mean, Tony Watson comes on with a 3-run lead in the 10th, and Steve Selski, I didn't even hit for a lot of power in the minor leagues, hit his first major league home run. You just don't know. Duvall's a power threat, though. 31 now for him.
And I'm sure my mom's not happy with me talking about Duvall and how he has struggled against the Pirates. That's the type of thing that she thinks when you point out automatically turns around.
That's a foul ball.
96 miles per hour. Not comfortable when that pitch is riding in on you as a hitter. Got above the hands.
Everything in here. Then they go down and away. Well, this is still a chance for Tyion to respond, even though he's given up the 3-run home run. Pitch count rising. Can he recover and get through 6? Keep the lead. And Phillips strikes out.
97 miles per hour.
I think that's the fastest we've seen from him.
Some frustration for sure from Jameson. Not happy with that 3-run bomb by Duvall. Working him up and in with the fastball.
What do you think Ray Searage said to him?
Be aggressive. Be aggressive.
Scherber with a base hit.
You know, I'm sure, you know, it probably had something to do with that. Maybe the pitch sequence to Duvall there, the 3 straight curveballs all on the inner part of the plate. Maybe, you know, I never ventured in towards the mound to listen to pitchers' conversations or pitching coaches' conversations. I know today it's kind of the normal thing to do, that all the infielders come in and eavesdrop, but I've never been one to go near the mound unless I was called. But it would make sense to just say, hey, let's go. We need to turn it up a notch and get after it.
Popped him up. Bell might have a play on it. And he makes the catch. Reds strike for 3 on the Duvall home run, but Pirates still on top. Gary Sanchez has been something. The Yankees had that heartbreaker a couple of nights ago, and then they lost last night to Boston. They need a win to really hang around this race. That is definitely the most jam-packed division in baseball, and really all 4 teams still with a chance of making the postseason. Jameson Tyion survives after the 3-run home run to Duvall. Lead cut in half as we start the 4th. 31 home runs for the Reds cleanup man. Just have to get some back against DeSclafani. The way that let's see, Ray Searage had come out and had a spirited talk with him. And Tyion usually very calm and collected, mad at himself. And we talked about it before the home run. Tyion almost never here as a rookie has ever kind of bent and broke. You know, usually it's all right, maybe a run and that's it. I mean, it's very seldom have we even seen him have a tough situation and then, you know, give up the big home run or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing we haven't seen is the big long inning to where, you know, he's very good at putting out the fire. Those are always backbreakers. You know, one bad pitch, you have a couple of runners on, boom, 3-run bomb and gets the team right back in the ball game. To me, the great pitchers, the best pitchers in baseball, are the guys that avoid the big hit with the bases loaded or the big 3-run homer. They're able to make the pitches at the right times.
Now, I don't have a number to tell you, but just from us watching, I mean, you'd agree, right? I mean, almost all the time, even as a rookie, he's been able to do that. And even today, he didn't walk anybody in that inning. It's not like he kind of, you know, there's one hard hit single and a soft single in that inning. And then after the home run, he got out of it relatively quickly.
Yeah.
Strikeout single and a pop-up. And he had a 6-run lead with which to work too, so it wasn't like he was being too fine.
And that, again, it can happen to anybody. It will happen to everybody at some point in time. It's happened to DeSclafani this afternoon, who has been very good for the Reds this year. Well, now he kind of hurt himself with 3 walks in that big first inning.
His last outing against the Pirates, he only gave up 2 hits in 6 innings. They've only gotten 5 hits here today, but those walks, like you said, had a couple of errors behind him too. Had the 1 run for sure, maybe even another run in that first inning. Hit to the gap again. Josh Bell will be held to a single there. Yeah, those are smaller gaps here in this ballpark. Like you said, don't offer a whole lot in the way of extra base hits if you can cut the ball off.
You know, when you get into a bigger ballpark, for instance, like a Coors Field, and you hit a ball in the gap, the outfielders are just so far apart from one another. They just continue to go. Here, not as much room.
Andrew McCutchen 2-run single back in that 4-run first. He's been swinging a blistering bat. Where was this one? Well, that looked low. Yeah, it was low.
They average now up to 253. Approaching 70 RBIs.
Now, little by little, these last couple of months, we're starting to see more and more of what we're used to.
You know, with a strong final 2 weeks, you're looking at potentially a 260 so maybe a 260 batting average with 25 to 30 homers and maybe 80 RBIs. And then you sit there and look at it after the season and say, well, that his worst year ever wasn't that bad.
Last couple of months, over 280 in both months. He's already hit 5 home runs halfway through September.
It's crazy when you look at those months. I mean, a couple of months with single-digit RBIs from Andrew McCutchen.
Now, since he's been sat down, remember those 3 games that he did not play in Atlanta? If you take, since that day, not including today's games, you space it out over a 600 at-bat season, 33 homers, 98 RBIs, hitting .282.
Yeah.
So, basically, since Clint Hurdle set him down, he's been Kutch again.
And you know, and we all knew that he would hit again. He would return to form at some point in time. Just too much talent. Not quite 30. Approaching pretty soon, I think. Next month or 2.
On October the 10th. Blanco just turned 25. He is 0 for 3 after Bell left on through 3.5 in game 1. Pirates lead 6-3.
For the Toyota RAV4th inning, the all-wheel drive RAV Hybrid has performance that will make you rethink hybrid. Let's go Bucks!
6-3 Buccos. Bottom of the 4th, game 1 of a doubleheader. Getting underway a little tardy today. Had some rain a little bit earlier. Tucker Barnhart reached out an error his first time around. This time around, 1 pitch and 1 out for Tyion. Marty Brenneman, voice of the Reds. Always love talking with Marty. I'll be settling in for Twin Bill today. Working with Jim Kelch, his longtime partner, of course, the old left-hander Joe Nuxall. Wade Hoyt, also a longtime Reds voice, great pitcher. Baseball on the radio, especially here in Cincinnati, is this is the oldest pro baseball town. 1869, the first pro baseball team founded in Cincinnati, so a very traditional baseball town. There it was. Now the Braves will tell you they're the longest continuing operating franchise, but the Reds were the first. Only undefeated baseball team ever.
Is that right?
The 1869 Reds. They were the only professional team at the time, so everyone they played were a bunch of semi-pro types. Bunch of ringers, those Reds that year. Tony Renda pinch hitting for DeSclafani down on strikes, and Tyon's get mad, and he has been very effective since the home run. There's Kivas Sampson along there with Ted Power, who's now the bullpen coach. Sampson, known for his great command, going to be coming in shortly. I think he just happened to miss one when we took a peek at him. Hansen. And one bopping its way into the seats, but noble try. Third hit of the day for Peraza, and it'll be the third error for the Pirates.
Yep, good effort. With all that speed, Peraza.
Probably not knowing his personnel in his first major league start.
Yeah, those are one of those where you never know. A guy gets out of the box. Maybe the guy thinks it's up the middle, and so he takes a bit of a turn before he gets to the bag. No sense, no shame in using the bounce, though. I mean, we see third basemen do it all the time. They use the grass and they use the bounce and run it over there. That way, you know the first baseman can come off the bag or keep it in front or stop it.
Hernan Iribarren. Now ball and a strike on him. And Hansen recovers to get the out. So a 2-out single, no big deal. Through 4, 6-3 Buccos. Let's play 2. And hey, back in 1927 on our day automotive, this day in Pirates history, the Pirates sweeping a doubleheader from the Brooklyn Robins, giving the first place Pirates their 11th win in a row. Vic Aldridge, a complete game win. Scattered 10 hits, gave up just the 1 run. And in game 2, Ray Kramer shut out the Robins with 3 hits. He won his 16th. And Lloyd Wainer 3 for 5. He got 200 hits in the season. The first rookie ever to have 200 hits in a season. The Hall of Famer Lloyd Wainer. Kiva Sampson now aboard here in the 5th.
0-1, 3.41 the ERA. 37 innings in 16 games. 40 punch-outs.
So if Paul Wainer was big poison and Lloyd Wainer was little poison, were you just poison?
No relation.
Oh.
Nothing to do with it. Different spelling. Different era. Much different player. Guess I could have used the excuse that I was poisoned.
Gung had been on base, what, 8 times in a row and then reached on an error. I don't think that counts for our streak, but he still finds a way to get on base even when he doesn't get on base.
It's fun to run the bases. The only time it's not fun to run the bases is if you're like, you know, and you never see it because of the uniform pants and everything else like that. But like, you know, you end up sliding a lot and then you get a brush burn on your knee and or on your thigh or whatever. And it's almost like, you know, every time you slide, you know you're going to break it open again.
Yeah, that's probably not the best.
The only way it goes away is if you quit getting on base, which is never a good thing because you need days to heal. Doesn't matter how much you wrap it.
Francisco Cervelli, RBI single today, 1 out of 2.
And that would be an excuse, as Jay, as we know, running around on the bases, diving head first, feet first. I think that's the only other thing you could do about it. Maybe is just switch it up. When you get the brush burns on your legs, then go head first for a while until they heal up.
Shame he can't play in his hometown this series. Out for the year. Groin strain is going to keep him out, but he should recover sometime, if not October, certainly early November, and then normal offseason for him. So that's good news, at least. Now the Pirates, right before his injury, getting set to see Garrett Cole return at that time, and the thought was that, you know, Cole would be back and perhaps healthy. This is 2 days before Cole was set to return, and Chris Stewart hadn't hit the DL yet. We're thinking, all right, the Pirates are going to be fully healthy here for the final 3 weeks of the regular year, and then lots of injuries have beset the Buccos. Hey, Fan Jam coming back to PNC Park, featuring country star Hunter Hayes. Next Saturday, the Pirates play the Nationals at 7:05, and then after the game, a live concert featuring Hunter Hayes. It's presented by Highmark. You can go to pirates.com, get your tickets, see some baseball and some good music after the ball game. Cervelli aboard for Sean Rodriguez, who hit a 2-run home run back in the 3rd. Also has walked 15 home runs. Kiva Sampson on in relief of Anthony DeSclafani. Gave up a season high 6 runs in his 4 innings. Cervelli on the move, and he will get in with his 6th stolen base.
Yeah, you ignore Francisco, he'll steal a bag on you. And that wasn't even close. He even took his lead off of first with the knees, the hands on the knees, to make it look less likely that he's going anywhere. Big jump. Sampson slow to the plate. I think that might be the thing catchers dislike the most, when another catcher steals a base on them.
Yeah, it's not like Cervelli's Jason Kendall or anything like that. He's just takes advantage. Slow play that one perfectly. Didn't take a huge lead either, but first movement gone. Now 3-2 on Rodriguez.
Now Sean Rodriguez, good fastball hitter, and we talk often about Jung Ho Kang and how teams are staying away from the fastball, throwing him a bunch of breaking balls, and even Sean Rodriguez here now. It's a 3-2 changeup. Talked about that a lot last night. Right on right changeups becoming more and more popular. And that's a good location right at the outside corner at the knees. Now the breaking ball, the curve ball. 3-2.
He's gearing up.
You see where all those pitches were bunched up to. Everything down and away.
Now with the chance to face Tyion, Hansen will be intentionally walked here. Hansen today picking up his first RBI. Had a single also so far in his first big league start. Throwing an intentional walk. Ryan Price's Reds have walked 5 now. Tyion batted with the bases loaded in the first, batted with a man on in the third inning. Now with 2 on and 2 out here in the 5th. Has 1 hit. One for 27 now. Sampson ahead 0-2. There's a base hit for Tyion. Cervelli's being waved home, and he is safe. First career RBI for Jameson Tyion.
How about that? That's something else on an 0-2 pitch. Gets a pitch, it looked like a hanging breaking ball, slaps it up the middle. And with the pitcher up, the outfielders are playing in, so Schebler out in center had a great chance of throwing out Cervelli. There you see it. Boy, he hung that right up above the belt, down the middle. Look how shallow Schebler is. So you know there's going to be a play at the plate. Rick Sofield being aggressive, sending home Cervelli. The ball beats him. A great slide by Cervelli.
Look at that.
Woo. Going around, reaching to get the plate.
That was a terrific slide. One catcher avoids the other. (7-3) Pirates here in the 5th inning. And so they walk Hansen to get to Tyion. Sofield waving around Cervelli, who stole a base to set up that open first base. Hansen moving on to third. Joyce already batting for the 4th time. See if he can get his first hit today. Now even 2-2. Chop right to Votto, and that will end the Pirates' 5th inning. But they steal a run on just the one hit. And Tyion with his first hit as well, thanks to that nifty move by Cervelli. And it's 7-3 Pirates.
First RBI of his big league career. I'm Robbie and Smikowski. The Buccos lead 7-3. They're in the stretch right now, playing 4 games in a span of 42 hours this weekend. And Pirates first baseman Josh Bell discussed how he keeps himself prepared to play this much ball.
You just say stay hydrated. Try to stay off your feet when you can in the dugout. You know, it's the same game that we play all the time, so we know what we need to do to play at our highest levels, and you know, it's just part of it.
And when you break down the math thus far to this point in time, assume they spend about 12 hours at the ballpark this afternoon. The Pirates, from the time they touch down, which is about 2 a.m. Thursday night into Friday morning, they're about 21 hours at the ballpark and about 20 at the hotel to this point in time. So you might be right. I think you guys discussed it yesterday. Might be spending more time here at the Great American Ballpark than they are in their rooms relaxing.
Yeah, you know, thanks, Robbie. You know, this time of year, the late summer, weather's nice. Temperature wise, I've had a few showers move throughout the weekend, but otherwise Hey, you want to get out of doors? Might as well enjoy yourself here at the old yard.
What better place to be than at the ball yard, you know?
Playing 2 today. Pirates have won the last couple of games, trying to string together 3 wins in a row. Votto today has walked, and then Tyion got him to fly out to deep center. He had first and second and nobody out. He got Votto, but he didn't get Duvall. Duvall got him for a 3-run home run. That's how the Reds have their tallies.
And so in this situation, we'll see where or how Tyion attacks Votto. Votto is such a good 2-strike hitter.
Out to deep left center. And McCutcheon with the first out. Reds leadoff man gone here in the 5th. All right, let's go out to Twitter, and we got a question by Colby for you, Rock. Rock, are you a P. Diddy historian? Hashtag curious.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you one song that P. Diddy sings.
Been around the world, nah, yeah, yeah. He used to take all the hits from the 80s and make hits out of them. He even told us that in one of his lyrics. Duvall deep to left. And Joyce gets the second out.
I don't doubt for a moment that he's a musical genius.
Now he was a very good producer, Notorious B.I.G. He was his right-hand man. Then he started to get on some of his tracks, and then when Biggie died, then he took over kind of and produced the last of the tracks that were already voiced. Then he moved forward to kind of have his own breakout career, and
he had his own
moved on from there.
Crew. Who's his crew? I know you mentioned some folks.
Well, I said Mace because in the late 90s he had this guy named Mason Bether, I think was his name, and he was trying to bring him up. But I've lost track of the Diddy era. Is kind of I was more of the Puff Daddy era.
And I just heard somebody talking about it, and that they were bringing everybody back, and so I looked it up to see if they were here. That's the only reason I knew about any of it.
Phillips deep to left. Oh, and Joyce, did he trap it? No, he did. He trapped it, and it's a live ball, and Phillips is in at second. He almost made a spectacular play.
I think it must have hit off his glove, then the wall, and then the barehanded grab is what it looked like watching it live. We have some wind blowing out that way, and I think that helped that particular ball carry a little deeper than I think Matt Joyce expected. And so his back to the infield off the palm of the glove.
Oh, he trapped it.
Trapped it against the wall.
I like him trying to sell it, though. Replay has eyes, though, but at least try to get the call for an out. Almost had it. Yeah. Oh. 3 hard-hit balls deep to the outfield off Tyion here in the 5th. Phillips picks up double number 31. Phillips heading to third, and he'll get in standing. 10th steal for Mr. Phillips.
Yeah, so when I looked up the tour to see who all was going to come to Cincy, as Cervelli doesn't bother to throw. That's why I knew about Mace and Lil Kim. Faith Evans, Mario
Winans?
Yeah. 112.
No, 112.
Is that a human?
It's a group. This is more some R&B in there too.
Total?
Yeah, total. Yeah. This is R&B rap.
So that's a different group. Total.
Yes. Yeah.
Carl Thomas.
I love Carl Thomas. She's one of my favorite.
Locks.
Locks, all right. Carl Thomas is one of my favorite R&B singers.
French Montana.
I don't know French Montana. It's the first one I don't know, so I would have enjoyed that very much. We'll be here at the ballpark. I enjoy that even more.
They'll still be going when we're done. We just got to head on over.
Okay.
Sneak in.
I'm buying. 7-3, Pirates lead after 5. Looks like he might be through 5 innings today. 7-3. Muckos have the lead. Some of the sounds of the game. Rock, you've gotten to experience all that, but for us who haven't got to be on the field, let's listen.
Coming back, coming back, coming back, coming back.
It's Francisco Cervelli. He put himself in a position to let Jung Ho Gung know that it was coming back, coming back, coming back.
But meaning that it was going to drift out of play and then it was starting to come back into the field of play?
Almost every high fly ball that is going borderline fair or foul or in or out of play will have backspin that takes the ball towards the playing field. Not the case for, you know, like a long fly ball down the line. Most of them have topspin, but you know, the high flies that get on either first or third base side or behind home plate, there is backspin that brings it closer. The biggest, probably the ones that come back the most are the pop-ups behind home plate.
Is that why you see catchers try to stay behind the ball as it gets popped up?
Always stay behind it.
That's a fair ball. And so that happened to Josh Bell last night in the 10th inning. 2-3 putout. Leadoff man gone in the 6th, and on the latest Inside Pirates baseball, meet the PNC Park usher who helps guests find more than just their seats. Plus Andrew McCutcheon slugging his way past some of the Pirates' biggest home run hitters. That and more coming up on Inside Pirates baseball, presented by Allegheny Health Network today after postgame here on Root Sports. Ball to strike on McCutcheon. 2-run single got the scoring started in the first. Pirates collected 4 runs in that first inning. A 36 pitch inning for DeSclafani, who lasted just 4 innings today. McCutcheon has driven in at least 1 run in each of the last 4 games. And Jared Hughes probably going to come in next as Tyion got hugs. Meaning he'll probably be done after 5 today.
Jameson, maybe not his best command, his best stuff we've seen since he's been up.
The Reds had at least a hit in every inning against him. But look at that score. Pirates scoring enough for him today. 3 runs, all on a Duvall home run given up by Tyion over his 5 innings.
1 swing.
Stranded is 6 runners for the Reds.
Another foul ball, just staying alive as that ball hits off the very end of the bat.
Sampson's 2-2. And McCutchen will take his walk. Reds have issued a half dozen free passes today.
You think that's probably more frustrating than anything for a pitching coach and a manager, the walks, especially in this ballpark, is Reds giving up so many home runs, so many long balls. Their bullpen more long balls than any other team in history. And you add to it a free pass here and there. Somebody connects.
Yeah, 3 of the walks have come around to score. And because the 1 intentional walk that they issued, Tyion ended up driving in a run. That was another walk, Cervelli, that came around to score. Yeah, the Reds are going to probably break the all-time record for allowing the most home runs as an entire pitching staff. And like you said, Rock, the bullpen's already done that. In this ballpark, you expect more, but not that many. But again, this is a club that is working to get a little bit better. And home runs per 9 innings, you see that they're well past the pace of the '96 Tigers, who I watched in person growing up. Were not very good. The Reds pitching staff has a lot of promising young arms, though, on this group, and you're going to see them improve. It's just, will it be a steady improvement or will it be a fast improvement? And I think that's what the Reds are hoping for, the latter.
Yeah. So many of these newer ballparks built, and most are hitter friendly.
And when they're built, if they're not, they bring the fences in until the hitters are happy.
Exactly. Poor pitcher. They never think of them. But that's taxing on a pitching staff when you have to pitch in a little ballpark. You either learn how to pitch there, and you see that many times. I mean, Greg and I were talking last night about, to me, what I thought a decade or 2 or 3 ago, the best pitch for a pitcher was the fastball down and away for a strike, knee high away. Very few of those get hit out of the park, and so to avoid giving up long balls, you got to learn to pitch down in the zone, preferably away from the hitter, and be able to throw secondary pitches down in the zone away from the hitter. All these power arms, these guys can turn around any velocity if they see it often enough. So if they make mistakes, even the guys that have the +90 fastballs, they will give up homers too. And so, I mean, I don't know if it'll ever be figured out in Colorado. the pitching staff and trying to figure out how to pitch there, just because it's the ball carries, and plus it's so spacious. The best thing they could do for their pitching staff is grow the grass about 3 inches high. I mean, it will slow the ball down. That way, at least the ground balls stay in the infield.
And maybe even in the outfield, too, to let outfielders try to catch up on some of those balls that skip through.
Because that was the other thing, too. I mean, the infields in so many ballparks at PNC, when that opened, the grass was very thick. It was hard to hit a ground ball through the infield. I mean, you had to barrel it up to get it through. Well, now every ballpark you see in the major leagues, the grass is cut like fringe around the putting green. It is short, it's tight, and it is fast.
Almost like turf, or not quite, and nothing's ever quite like that, but almost like turf, or
not quite, yeah, but it's just fast. Just think of short grass, putting greens. I remember Wrigley used to have long grass. The friendly confines, if the wind was blowing out, the ball would travel, but I mean, you had to hit the ball hard to get it through the infield.
And another walk.
And I'm not going to sit here and always say, because pitchers that have a huge advantage over hitters. It's very difficult to hit in the major leagues, especially major league caliber pitching. It's very difficult to hit. And so I understand that offense is important, and fans love to see the long ball, and they love to see runs being scored and everything else like that. But I mean, when you're playing in a little ballpark like this, or in Miller Park, and then you got grass that's cut so short that weak ground balls go through, it could be frustrating.
They lowered the mound. Almost 50 years ago now. Try to give the hitters an advantage. Keep trying to give hitters the advantage. I've always thought, let me throw a theory out at you. Today it seems like there's less fundamentals in hitting in terms of, it's I think during the enhanced era, guys started to realize swinging for the fences works. In that era it did. Now we still see guys pretty much swinging for the fences. Not as many hitters trying to make contact, putting the balls in place. Strikeouts are an all-time high, as well as home runs. And I wonder if that has something to do with offense being down, because if guys just put the ball in play more, we'd probably see more offense overall, although we'd see fewer home runs.
Not only just putting the ball in play, but hitting the ball where it's pitched and using the whole field. Averages are going to continue to go down if hitters continue to not hit the ball the other way. I mean, you got 3 infielders on one side of the infield, and you keep just continually to pull the ball, your average is going to be down. There's less holes when there's 3 infielders on the left side. Now, if and that to me, as far as the mechanics of the swing, is that may have a chance.
That one just being held. Young bidding for number 20. McCutchen moves to third. Runners at the corners with 2 outs.
But the power gets paid at the major league level. Now, where I guess wonder the direction for young hitters is when kids coming out of high school with those types of mechanics, or out of college, to where they can't hit a ground ball, get on top of a ball the other way. Because to me, that's the crazy thing about the shifts and everything else like that is, 20 years ago, before the big boom and the home runs, guys could hit the ball through the hole. Righty can hit a ball through the right side. Lefty can hit a ball through the left side. And now you see more lefties, I think, hitting the ball to the left side than you see righties hitting to the right side. And I don't know if that mentality starts as a young kid, to where I'm just going to lift and separate and try to pull everything in the air, to where my swing doesn't allow me to hit a ground ball the opposite way. Or if that's something that's taught in high school or in college, or I don't know at what point the mechanics of the swing, I don't know if the pro organizations are getting these players with these longer swings. I guess you would say, the mechanics aren't as great. You don't have the short swing that stays in the zone a long time. You have the guy that goes up there with the big swing and the swing and the miss. I don't know where that started. I don't know where that's coming from. But I know this, that you get paid a lot to hit the ball out of the ballpark. I mean, 30 swings out of 600 at bats is going to make you millions of dollars.
And you were saying about batting average going down for the first time since the 05-06 offseason. Batting average actually went up in baseball. It had been going down for 10 straight years. But the home runs perhaps might be at an all-time high this year. But strikeouts are right there,
strikeouts
with them. So
yeah, it used to be kind of embarrassing to strike out. It isn't any longer. Nobody.
100 strikeouts was a lot.
Yeah.
And now 200 is a lot. I think you mentioned David Freese about how a lot of hitters used to have that kind of closed stance. Out to left. Duvall can't get it. That's going to cost the Reds a run. Pirates lead 8-3.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they are going to rule that one. I'm sure Cervelli wants a base hit. Is that ball like his last? Oh, I guess it was 2 at bats ago. He had a 1-hopper robbed by Brandon Phillips. That was just whiffed, and that will probably be ruled an error.
Is. Each team with 3 errors today. No run batted in, but a run across. And so Brian Price wants to make a double switch here. So the Pirates, their offensive outbursts continuing with a little help from the Reds here in the 6th. Pitching change in Cincinnati. Back in a moment.
Rock was talking offense a couple moments ago, and he's made what appears to be a seamless transition at the plate from AAA to the bigs. And his hitting coach from Indianapolis, Butch Weiniger, he agrees with that assessment. Now, Butch said there is no doubt in his head that he is in the right spot mentally to make this jump. Okay, he used the word tremendous to describe his work ethic and said he's very coachable. He said this year was the most time they've spent together, and he's really high on the Buccos rookie. Now, Weiniger said their relationship has gotten to the point where he could tell Josh to stand on his head, and he would at least try it. That's how well it's gone for him this season, both in Indianapolis and Pittsburgh. And talk about a guy, John, who could put the long ball in play quite a bit for you and make some money in his career. Josh Bell, certainly one of those guys, and his hitting coach from Indy agrees.
And Josh may be a guy that might have to change his swing a little bit to hit home runs. And he's probably a great example of what do you want out of your first baseman or corner outfielder, wherever he ends up being. Do you want a guy that gets on base, draws walks, hits 300, and maybe hits 10 or 15 homers? Or do you want a guy that maybe strikes out 100, 150 times, hits 30 home runs, and hits 260? I mean, because right now he is more of a average hitter.
Meaning for batting average.
For batting average than he is a power hitter. He doesn't look to hit the ball out of the ballpark. He has an approach where he, sees the ball, tries to hit the fastball the other way, adjusts to the breaking ball. He's patient. Because of that approach, I think he recognizes pitches. He sees the pitch a little bit longer than a lot of hitters, and so he gets his walks. You don't see the wild swings or the chases, and the strikeouts are down. But because of that approach, not as many home runs yet. We'll see how that goes.
That's a fair ball, just fair, and so Rodriguez is out. Didn't think that was going to be called a fair ball. That's not reviewable, and so the inning ends. Pirates get a run, and they're on top 8-3. Friday, as the Bucks will take on the Nationals at 7:05 on Friday. If you're one of the first 20,000 fans Friday through the gates, you receive a free Pirates t-shirt presented by Levin Furniture. Get your tickets now at pirates.com/free shirt Friday. Jared Hughes modeling that shirt that you would receive on our UPMC scoreboard. Pirates out to an 8-3 lead. And that's Jared.
An even 3 ERA in 58 appearances, covering 54 innings, 19 walks, 29 strikeouts. Sinker baller going to come at these Reds hitters, hoping for ground balls.
Eugenio Suarez has hit back to the mound and popped out foul. Keeping the ball on the ground, always a good thing at this ballpark. Suarez has hit 20 home runs. Boy, he is. That first one I thought was in there. He's been right around the zone, but he's down 3-0. I guess it did nick the zone. Second two not as close. 4-pitch walk.
Not the way Ray Searage would have written it up. And Jared Hughes, oftentimes though, that sinker drops so much that he starts it into the hitter. A lot of times it looks like it's right there and down the middle of the plate, and that late movement sends it out of the zone.
5 straight wide ones from Hughes. Cirelli out to get on the same page. All right. Well, Hughes has been, when he's been ineffective, he's brought the ball up too much. So it's kind of a fine line, right?
The more it's up in the zone, the straighter it gets. The more he's down in the zone, the more likely he's going to get the ground ball and the softer contact.
Brought it into the zone there. Working with a 5-run lead too, you know, even if something does get hit hard, you do have a little room for error.
You definitely don't want to walk guys and allow them to get into the game because you are walking guys. You just make them swing the bat. We just talked about it. It's very difficult to hit major league pitching. Hitting is hard. You're failing in most cases over 70% of the time as a hitter. You'll see the good 2-seam fastball there. Starts in the zone. It runs out of the zone. And Jared Hughes gets those chases. I guess the average National Leaguer fails almost 75% of the time anymore. As you look at the average in National League teams collectively hit 253. And so, as you mentioned, strikeouts up, home runs up, averages, you know, 253 batting average considered the norm nowadays.
That's an average. Base hit for Barnhart and 2 Reds aboard with no men out here in the 6th.
So there's a situation where after the leadoff walk and the 5-run lead, holding the runner on at first base, that walk probably costs you 2 base runners, because if you well, assuming that he throws a strike to Suarez and gets him out, you're playing defensively straight up. Josh Bell, that would have been an easy ground ball for him to gobble up if he wasn't holding on the runner.
Tyler Holt came in on the double switch. He's in the game in center. Hughes with look at second. Well, the Reds have had a hit in every inning. Pirates have limited it to 1 hit, except for that 3-run third. The runners are going to move up here. Suarez now at third, and Barnhart at second after his single.
Just missing badly with the location. Holding on to that fastball too long.
Runners can't move up. And they'll get the first out of the inning.
Francisco Cervelli.
1-1-1-1-1, first base. Yeah, the catcher can see the whole play develop. He can see the runners. It'll help that pitcher out on a play like that.
Yeah, with nobody out, no chance. You're down 5 runs, the Reds are, so there's no way they're going to try to score a run there. They kind of have to go station to station, be sure that they're going to be able to cross the plate without a play. And this is the kind of guy Jared Hughes likes up there with that sinking fastball. Somebody up there looking to be aggressive, chasing that 2-seamer. Peraza 3 for 3.
And Peraza coming into today, 389 since being called up about a month ago. That doesn't include those 3 hits. There's a cool souvenir. A lot of Pirates fans coming in, if they're not coming from the Berg, the Eastern Ohio fans don't even have to leave the state. They can just come on down here to Cincy. Play for the out, and an RBI for Peraza as Suarez scores. Pirates still doubling up the Reds. RBI 19 for Peraza. That leaves Barnhart at second. Hernan Iribarren. And an infield hit back in the third. Native of Venezuela, age 32. Played briefly for the Brewers in 08 and 09. And then ever since minor league ball, he's continued to wait his time out in AAA. In the Texas system, Rockies, and with the Reds. A lot of winter ball in Venezuela. Finally getting rewarded with another opportunity. And those are the guys I'm always amazed by, the ones that just, you know, they start to play into their 30s. There's no promise. Yeah, they want to keep playing.
Well, it's baseball. I guess it's for most who've played it their entire lives. I mean, it's better than moving on, and you still live that dream. And you get paid decent money to play in the minor leagues, especially as a minor league free agent, a guy that's still productive at the AAA level. Oftentimes, though, you see when they're in their 30s, they're just there to fill a spot. It's a long shot to get to the big leagues, but it happens, as you see here.
Rolled it over to Hansen. Reds get a run. Through 6. Pirates leading 8-4. Music from Clutch coming to Stage AE October 1st on our UPMC scoreboard. Pirates lead the Reds 8-4. Abel de los Santos back out for a second inning of relief. Alan Hansen in his first start in the major leagues. Picked up his first run batted in. John Jaso is out on deck. He would bat for Hughes. Now 2-1 on Alan Hansen. There's Wade LeBlanc getting up. He would pick up for Hughes. Hansen in his second stint with the Pirates. He got called up during Starling Marte's paternity leave back in mid-May. And when he got the news of the call up, he called his mom back home in the Dominican Republic, and everybody was so excited. There's Starling Marte, who we may see today. Everyone was so excited. His mom was so excited they finally got the call that she hung up on him.
Nice.
He was wondering if everyone was okay. Called back, and sure enough, just a mistake.
Another walk.
Pirates have drawn 8 walks today. Now John Jaso pinch hitting for Hughes. Hughes gave up a run in his inning. Well, if I told you the Pirates have been out hit today, they've given up 3 errors or made 3 errors. But their offense lately has really provided all the steam that they've needed.
Yeah. A lot of help from the Reds pitching staff. And I tell you, if these guys are pitching for next year, it may end up with a new organization, because this has been awful.
The walks.
Look at that. Not even close.
And De Los Santos last year with the Nationals came up with Texas in their minor league system. Pitched with Harrisburg, Syracuse, and the Pensacola Blue Wahoos this year. Waiver claim back in July. .3-0 on Jaso.
I was going to give that a wahoo if it was in the strike zone.
Well, Mac Jenkins has overseen a bit of a turnaround from this Reds pitching staff, which led to the dismissal of Mark Riggins, the pitching coach who began the year. But since September's come around, the Reds pitching staff has kind of sunken back to some of its previous spots. Don't quite have the depth. Hey, the most popular way to follow the race to the postseason, it was with MLB.com at bat. It's the #1 app for live baseball. You can enjoy game day and live game video highlights, statcasts, news, and more. Get MLB.com at bat for your favorite devices now. Pedro Florimon is going to run for Jaso here in this 4-run game in the 7th. Want to make sure Pirates get all the runs that they can here in this little ballpark. Joyce 0 for 3, walk to start the game. One of 9 walks drawn by the Pirates today.
Boy, look at that pitch. That's almost like a mercy call by the home plate umpire, Sam Holbrook. It changes the whole at bat, and maybe the Reds fans are happy, and as well as De Los Santos. But Matt Joyce now 0-2.
Yeah, if Joyce takes one, it's probably a ball. Greatest walk rate in baseball this year. Many semi-regular. But struggling in terms of collecting the hits. That's been a little thin for him after having a great start. Maybe evening things out a little bit there. 2 wrongs make a right. Joyce down on strikes.
Yeah, with Matt Joyce, and hitters fight pulling off the ball all the time, and that's the biggest thing. You just can't help it. The front shoulder flies open. You end up getting long with your swing. You end up rolling over on a lot of pitches. The bat head goes in and out of the zone, and when you pull a lot of balls on the ground, that means you're pulling off the ball.
Well in the center, and Holt can't get it. That's a ground rule double. That allows Hansen to come in to score. RBI for Josh Bell. Pirates lead 9-4.
And that's why we'll see Josh Bell at some point in time hitting more and more home runs, because that right there looked like a line drive that was going to be straight at the center fielder Schebler. Off the bat, it's just like, wow, tough luck. Unfortunately, hit an atom ball, but it just takes off. It just carries well over his head to where Schebler just turns and has to, or that's Holt out there in center field. Beg your pardon, not Schebler.
He hit that at 106 miles an hour.
That was a bullet.
RBI 15 for Bell. He's got 3 hits today. Reds bring the infield in. McCutchen is driven in a pair today, and scored a pair of runs. Bell there at second. 2 doubles today, 8 in total. That one hit right out to center. Holt will get that one. Florimon is in, sac fly. Pirates up 10-4. 3 RBIs today for Andrew McCutchen. Never lost his bat.
Up to 70 RBIs now for Andrew. Another hard hit ball, a couple of earned runs, 2 more walks that come around to score.
Ah, you suck.
Yeah, the 5 walks have scored. Make that 6 walks have scored. Issued by the Reds today. That's enough to beat the Reds already. Just the 6. Pirates back up 6. Gregory Polanco. Pirates have scored 34 runs in the last 3 games, and this one's not over yet.
Yeah, and they continue to pitch and walk like this. Who knows? Maybe another 15-run game, maybe more.
Polanco 0 for 3 today. McCutchen having a great last few games. 3 RBIs today. Had one yesterday, 3 on Thursday, another one on Wednesday. So that's what, 8 in 4 games. Check swing, no swing, says Jerry Davis. High into that light gray sky. And the Pirates add 2 more. You deserve to stretch. 10-4.
Brought to you by the Chevy Silverado and your Western PA Chevy dealers. And by Barrel. Visit Barrel.com to learn more about our 3 conveniently located collision centers. Let's go Bucks!
10-4. The Pirates hope it's over and out. A big lead here in Cincinnati in game 1. Adam Frazier back in there. He's in left field now, taking over from Matt Joyce. Pedro Florimon stays in the game. He's at second base. David Freese now in at first base. And Wade LeBlanc, new Pirate, on the mound.
13th appearance. A 3-0 record. 4.33 ERA, 52 innings, 44 strikeouts, just 9 walks, 14 homers.
Pitching with Seattle, in and out of their rotation. Pitched once for Tacoma in their playoffs. Joey Votto will lead it off. What a play by Freese.
That is the play of the day. That's a big hang with him to Joey Votto. As man, not only hit hard and down the line, but a tough hop for David Freese. Step and a dive. Says, I got it. Makes it look easy.
Remember, Freese had hardly ever played over at first base prior to this season, and didn't have, you know, an extended spring training to work over there either. He signed halfway through spring. He's just worked out at first every now and then, but some guys are very instinctive, and Freese has looked very good over there. Brought in for defense here in the later innings. Pays dividends immediately.
Very easy for an infielder to move to first base, and so you don't need the reps, the time that, say, a former outfielder or former catcher is going to need over there. And you know, especially with David Freese, who's played so much, pretty much all his career at third base. It's just the other corner. The only difference is don't have to make as many throws, and you have to line up as a cutoff man a little more often.
Sean Rodriguez has made that look seamless too, all that time playing over at first. Two and two on Duvall, who hit a 3-run home run back in the third. Those were the runs that Tyion allowed in his 5 innings. Hughes permitted one in his inning of work. And now LeBlanc, who strikes out Duvall for the second out.
Boy, good changeup. Just 76 miles per hour. Duvall way out in front.
Two up, two down against him. Now, LeBlanc was in Seattle when he got the call that the Pirates had traded for him. His season's already over with the Tacoma after he had been outrighted to AAA. He and his family were gathered up, ready to go back home to Lake Charles, Louisiana. And just waiting on the flight, and instead he took a different route to the Pirates. And here he is, and he works a 1-2-3 inning. Moving on to the 8th here in game 1. Pirates lead 10-4.
Authority of the Pittsburgh Pirates and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
And just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in the game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Why not on a late summer Saturday afternoon? A pair of baseball games we treat you to, and Pirates big bucks bats again here today, 10-4. Former Pirate working to Jung Ho Gung, Ross Ollendorf. There is a slew of changes for Cincinnati here in the inning. That might be playable. Barnhart has the out. One pitch and one out. Steve Selski is in the game in right field. And he'll take over for Hernan Iribarren, who moves to second base now from right. Brandon Phillips is out. Selski will bat in that 6th spot, and Ross Ollendorf now in the 5 spot.
Ollendorf 5-7, a 4.80 ERA, 13 homers allowed, 60 innings of work.
An old-timey windup.
Not sure it's working for him. He's gone through some struggles this year.
Brings those arms back. Pitchers of a half century ago, that's what you'd see a whole lot of, right? Maybe a little longer than that, 50s.
Well, closing for a little while. Ollendorf picked up a couple of saves. Good man.
What do you remember about him when he was with the Pirates?
He was very friendly. Nice man, very smart.
I recall that he did an internship. I'm trying to think of what I think it was the Department of Agriculture.
Yeah.
After the 09 season. Did research on animal traceability. I guess that's a pretty smart guy.
Very smart.
Cervelli toward the corner. He'll have extra bases.
He's been heating up, Francisco Cervelli, and could very easily have 4 hits today, robbed of a base hit by Phillips in the 3rd, and a line drive in left center that Duvall couldn't handle, went for an error. But he takes this fastball that's out over the plate, hits it hard, his 4th hard hit ball, 2nd hit. Another thing I remember about Ollendorf is him going opposite field home run in L.A. at Dodger Stadium at night.
Little poke in the right. Cervelli read that well, but he'll be held at 3rd. Pirates just keep on hitting. Boy, oh boy.
Base runners all over the place.
2 hits today for Rodriguez, who homered back in the 3rd. 10-4 and looking for more. David Freese will get his first at bat. Came in for defense and certainly showed it. David checking in at 2-7-2. He's got 12 out of the park, 52 runs batted in. He'll be a Bucko for a while as he signed that 2-year contract extension last month. 10-4 game in the 8th. They're not going to hold Rodriguez on tight. Now with runners on, the Ohlendorf, of course, as most pitchers do, they pitch without that windup, try to be quicker to home plate so you don't see that long drawback of the arms. Can't do that with runners on. They'd run all day against you.
Yeah, all over the place. And he's trying to get the strikeout. He doesn't want the Pirates to score another run, doesn't want that ERA to go up. So after getting ahead of Freese, trying to finish him, but Freese not chasing.
Pirates are now out hitting the Reds 10-9. 3 errors on either side of the ball. And Freese called out. And unless this gets challenged, which the Pirates are considering.
You know, they're telling him to hold up, but Freese's reaction down there at first base leads me to believe that he did not beat the throw, although Clint Hurdle is going to challenge it.
That would bring in a run if the Pirates win the challenge. Very close. Now Freese, who I think if you asked me 5 or 6 weeks ago, you'd say who is one of the more clutch guys on the team, you'd say Freese. But lately he's running a spell where he's hitting a 2 a lot in these types of situations. I think that's part of his frustration.
Yeah, that's very frustrating. Anytime you have a first and third situation, that's the one thing you don't want to do.
And the Reds are not televising this first game of the doubleheader, so the folks in New York are going to be limited in the options that they can see here. It's just our broadcast, so that's pretty much all that they're going to be able to look at. But there's enough to show that Freese arrived before the ball did, then Cervelli's run would count. Otherwise, it's a double play. The inning ends without that 11th run. The umpires in New York only get to see what is broadcast here. Now, sometimes if you have both teams broadcasting, which is almost always the case, and then you have a national broadcast as well, sometimes they can have as many as 3 different telecasts from which to choose. All the different available angles.
More cameras.
And then, of course, in the postseason, they use more cameras for each game. So that's why when there are reviews in the postseason, you see so many different angles because of the magnitude of the games. Production goes through a great expense to have so many different angles.
I don't think it's could be any better than it is at PNC Park. So many cameras, so many slow-mos. Kind of spoiled, Pirates are.
Oh yeah.
Fans of the Pirates.
Yeah, we get to see everything.
This is crazy.
Well, they're going to take a long time. It is a very close play. I get on my soapbox for a second. I always think, and I'm in the minority in this, 90 seconds for a limit in the regular season. And if you can't find anything definitive in that time, then you say that it stands and you move forward. But the longer that this takes may be benefiting the Pirates here. Kutch is trying to get these guys to believe that he's safe. They can't figure out anything that says that Freese beat the throw, so it's a double play. And the Pirates don't score in the 8th, but they lead 10-4. Pirates still have the lead. They're out of challenges now. Brian Price had a discussion with the umpires between innings. So is it? Let's see here. Well, Rodriguez. Nah, I can't see anything there. I don't know what Brian Price was talking about. He. And then we see Jerry Davis pointed second, and then show kind of a safe sign. Like, who was safe on that play? The run doesn't count. Of course it doesn't count. It's a force out double play, but Cervelli had something there. Man alive, every day he seems to he's not feeling good right now. And Potenziano out there very quickly. Assistant athletic trainer.
You see where Cervelli set up with that one. Oh yeah, inside the right knee, and I guess that's one thing that you have to risk when you're set up like that. You open up that right leg a little bit, that right knee, which exposes the inside of the knee.
We were just getting a clarification on that challenge, is that Brian Price wanted to make sure he would be allowed to challenge at second base. The slide rule there on Rodriguez if indeed Freese was ruled safe beating out the relay. So that was why the safe call was indicated, meaning no violation or no challenge, I should say, at second base by Jerry Davis.
Second basemen haven't made nowadays. Hardly ever see a takeout slide.
Yeah, because you got to stay on the base too. That's the other part of that new rule at second. You can't slide too hard and come off the base even for a moment. Looks like Cervelli's going to be okay. Probably one of those that hurts really badly right away and maybe gets a little better. He gets so many nicks and bumps back there.
Catchers, yeah, that's no fun. All the catchers throughout the course of a year are going to get hit with so many foul tips and bats and who knows what else.
Johnny Bench, Hall of Fame catcher for the Reds, part of that big red machine. All his, I think every contemporary I've ever spoken with says that he's the best catcher. And Selski caught looking. LeBlanc with his second strikeout.
It's hard to find. You have in this day and age, you typically have an offensive catcher or a defensive catcher. Hard to find above average in both offense and defense. And obviously Johnny Bench was a great offensive player and a great defensive player.
Yeah, guys like let's say Buster Posey today, right? A very good defensive catcher and offensive catcher. Well, the Giants have slowly tried to work him more and more at first base so that he can be in that lineup more often. And when Yadier Molina was at his hitting peak, he's the rare guy these days that is able to catch so many games. Really is almost superhuman how Molina always could stay behind the plate and almost never, you know, every like 2 weeks you get a day off.
And it is the most demanding position, but yet so often we see catchers just they stick around forever.
There's the second out.
Like I just getting up and down, up and down, up and down, and it's you know, you think of like Carlton Fisk and Pudge Rodriguez and these guys that just caught so many games and have just been around for so long.
Yeah, Pudge Rodriguez, superhuman.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. He'd catch 150 games in that sweltering heat in Texas. He'd steal 25 bases. He'd hit you 25 home runs. Carlton Fisk, for a younger generation, a guy who was so good for so many years. He caught into his 40s, did Fisk.
Yeah.
Sit back there in a rocking chair behind home plate and still still mash 20 home runs. Nice play to back up on that ball and get the out. Wade LeBlanc has retired the 6 Reds in order. Cervelli okay, and the Pirates lead by 6.
on Root Sports is brought to you by Kenny Ross, Total Confidence Pricing, and by Levin Furniture, the official furniture and mattress supplier to the Pittsburgh Pirates. For the best quality, service, and value, shop Levin's. Let's go Bucks!
Bucks bats have been booming today. 10-4. Does Cervelli get a hug? Maybe he'll get an inning off. Always getting beaten up behind home plate there. Caught one inside the knee. Nice breezy day. It's really shaped up to become a pleasant afternoon here with some rain showers delaying us by just over an hour to start. And seeing some sunshine here. Pedro Florimon with a leadoff base hit. Can't stop, won't stop.
Nicely done. Get up there. Pick you up a hit. Yeah, the weather forecast leading up to this doubleheader Saturday did not look good all week long. Didn't look good this morning.
Yeah, the percentages at, at 80 and.
Yeah, at some point it was 100, and then it was at 80, and then it went to 60, then it went to 50.
And even the rain that we saw that delayed the start right before the game was scheduled to begin, it started to really lighten up and probably could have started the game on time with as light as it was raining.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, there was no need for delays.
No. Easy to say. But the way that it is shaping up, we're going to have some good baseball. Now there's a little sellout to the west, but halfway between Columbus and here right now. But hopefully that will stay away. We can just have 2 games of baseball with no problems. Florimon with a hit. Adam Frazier was not available in the game yesterday after fouling the ball off his foot against the Phillies back on Thursday. Getting his first at bat today. Rookie hitting .337. Reds have walked 10 Pirates today. 2 on with no men out. And Robbie has some more. What's up, Robbie?
Yeah, well, Wade LeBlanc's coming up to bat. It's his first at bat in a Pirates uniform, and there was a little bit of confusion, first of all, as to when he was going to bat. He thought he was batting 4th. Now he's batting 3rd. And the equipment is a little bit of an issue. The helmet he's wearing right now is number 44, Tony Watson's helmet, and the bat, he's actually using starter Chad Kuhl's bat right now, and he's not using any batting gloves. And if he did need some, he may have had to swipe a pair and borrow for this at bat, Joe.
Well, he hasn't pitched in the National League since the early part of the 13 season. And as we were telling you earlier, he was with his family. He was about to ready to start his off season. Probably didn't have a bat with him.
Yeah, there's plenty of bats and helmets to go around. No big deal. Players share stuff all the time.
LeBlanc's a good hitter. 252 in his major league career. A lot of that, though, came earlier on when he came up through the Padres and then a stint with the Marlins. Hasn't batted in the big leagues in 3 years. Out of Barbe High School, kind of a high school powerhouse in western Louisiana, Lake Charles. Got 2 on here with no men out. Pirates looking to add to this 10-4 lead. Try to retire the opposing pitcher. Reds have walked 10 today.
Yeah, well, Pirates via hit, walk, or error have already had 24 base runners.
Two on there. The Reds have needed 189 pitches so far to get through this one, and they're still not done.
How many?
189. 190.
It's a lot.
Well, LeBlanc told you he's had a good history as a hitter. Fouled off 4 in a row. This will be the 10th pitch of this at bat upcoming. Most of these guys had never met Wade LeBlanc last week, and now he's up in the game in the 9th inning. Working 10 pitches against Ohlendorf. First out. Now Scott Bonnet there, the Bones, the Pirates clubhouse manager, having to try to find stuff for all the 54 different players that he's seen come through this year. He does an excellent job, always on top of everything.
Yeah, I have to think that game time is one of the few times things slow down for Bones.
And he's going to get this club ready for a quick game too. We're not going to have a lot of time before the 6:10 scheduled start in the nightcap. What do you do between games? You change shirts, try to, some guys probably want to take a shower if you get a little time, right?
Eat.
I know what you would do, but yeah.
Well, that's what you do. You
eat.
And then if you're in the lineup, you get ready for a game. But the eating is the most important thing.
I think I should get you a t-shirt that says that. Eating is the most important thing.
Yeah, I mean, figure these guys probably had breakfast at 10 o'clock this morning.
Yeah.
Or so, you know, 10:30. It's 4:30 now. You know, maybe they had like an energy bar during the game, if anything.
Yeah, refuel and get ready. Trevor Williams slated to start game 2, make his first big league start on the mound.
I will assume that game 2 is going to start at the same time no matter what. I mean, we're
plays it on a hop. We'll go around the horn to get 2. Hitting the walk, a man left. Pirates up 6 as we go to the bottom of the 9th. got 2 games for you here today, as Trevor Williams will make his first career start tonight in the nightcap. He'll be opposed by Reds lefty Brandon Finnegan. That ERA just north of 4. Join us for game 2 here from Great American Ballpark. It starts at 5:30 with Pirates pregame, presented by WB Mason, right here on Root Sports. Hey, Clint Hurdle can pick up a pair of wins today. Pirates going for their 3rd straight win. It'll be their longest string of victories since that sweep in Milwaukee at the end of August. Holt, Peraza, and Iribarren stand in the way of Wade LeBlanc. 6 up and 6 down against the Pirates lefty. Holt hit one back to the mound against Hughes in the 6th.
Always love to see these types of guys like LeBlanc that come up and can't throw a pitch 90 miles per hour, but can just locate and change speeds and can baffle hitters. Tie him up at 86.
Well, you have to have some velocity. I mean, there's a threshold. We saw Jamie Moyer at the end of his career throwing about 82 miles an hour. It just wasn't quite fast enough. But guys can operate in that mid to upper 80s, right, and still be effective.
Some can
if they do those.
Like
things.
I said, it's rare to see them up there. I mean, Hendricks is probably the best example, the National League leader in ERA, who doesn't barely break 90, averages in the high 80s. But if you know how to pitch, I mean, Moyer was effective in the low 80s.
I only saw him the last year, so maybe those prior to the surgery. He was a little, 84 probably at that point.
I don't recall where he was throwing, but he wasn't throwing very hard, and he was in the big leagues and getting hitters out, you know. It just goes to show you. I mean, we see guys that throw 95, 96 that get hit, and then, or even 99 or 100. And it just goes to show you that, I mean, if you can pitch, you can locate, you can change speeds, you can be in the big leagues.
Yeah, that number on the radar gun doesn't tell the whole story. That's off LeBlanc. 1-4-3 putout. 8 up, 8 down against LeBlanc, bidding for his 2nd career save. And we must explain the save rule. One of the 3 components to a save. One of the times, if you pitch effectively, deemed by the official score, with a 3 innings or more, then you can earn a save. And so LeBlanc did that in a very similar situation this year with Seattle back in July. Last chance for the Reds here in game 1. And now a ball and a strike on Iribarren. A strike away from victory. Pirates with 4 in the first. Sean Rodriguez hit a 2-run home run today. Andrew McCutchen driving in 3.
The one thing that I think that helps LeBlanc as far as pitching effectively or being in the big leagues, if there was a bunch of guys that pitch similarly to LeBlanc, it wouldn't be a surprise. But these guys face this type of pitcher so rarely. The soft stuff, almost below hitting speed. That's what some hitters will call it, like, oh, he's below hitting speed. But if you had a couple dozen that you'd see fairly regularly, it'd be, I think, a little bit easier to adjust and hit. I mean, I think that's why you see so many hard throwers. Well, guys have adjusted.
2-2 fouled off his foot. Yeah, 95 is the norm these days. Right off the front, underneath part or the toe.
It looked like it was underneath the bottom of the spike.
He'll hang in there though. Two balls, two strikes, two outs. LeBlanc ready, and here it is. And fouled away. And that breaks up what was to be 3 perfect innings from LeBlanc. Barron with his second hit. Two-out single for Cincinnati. Pirates putting up 10 today. Andrew McCutchen, 2-run single in the first. He drove in 3 today. Sean Rodriguez with his 15th home run. 2-run shot. Cervelli, RBI single in the first. Doubled today. Scored a couple of runs. Really scattered about most of the lineup today. They're hoping you wouldn't have to see Votto a second time. Josh Bell with 3 hits for the first time in his career. Less than an hour from now, we'll have the pregame show for you for Game 2.
Guess that one was up.
Awfully close from the catbird seat. That's a little up, yeah, indeed. Although the first one probably should have been in there. Now full 3-2.
Not many at bats for Joey Votto that he doesn't foul off at least one or several.
Getting ready to raise it. 10-4 Pirates in the 9th. Florimon has Votto, and the Pirates have won their 3rd straight. Wade LeBlanc with 3 scoreless innings of relief. He earns the save. Andrew McCutchen driving in 3 today. Rodriguez with another home run. Making a winner out of Tyion. And the Pirates with a 10-4 victory here today.
Coasting through it. Nice to get the early lead, the 4-0 lead. Then you had a couple on in the 3rd, and then the Reds pitching was not good. It was borderline awful. So that's a nice, easy victory.
And Dan and Teak have the post-game show here for Game 1.